Please rise for the Saudi national anthem. Your Royal Highness, Your Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is with great honor that we welcome you to the Energy Localization Forum, a gathering that shines as a beacon of progress and ambition for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Under the theme, Empowering Localization for Energy Supply, this forum reflects a deep and unwavering commitment to advancing the Kingdom's global leadership in energy, as well as to building the nation's capacity, skills, and prosperity. It is here and through the power of collective vision that we transform challenges into opportunities, building resilient supply chains that meet the demands of tomorrow while securing a stable, sustainable energy future for all. With the energy sector contributing around 40% of the Kingdom's GDP, our drive to localize and strengthen this vital industry holds immense national importance. And in alignment with Vision 2030, our aim to reach 75% localization of our energy production in the energy sector has become more than just a target. It's a testament to the energy sector itself serving as a catalyst for innovation, economic growth, and global collaboration. This milestone brings new investments and expanded opportunities, paving the way for continued growth and excellence. Today's event is hosted by the Ministry of Energy in partnership with our national champions, Saudi Aramco, Sabic, and the Saudi Electricity Company, who we thank for their support. Today, we eagerly await upcoming discussions on strategies, programs, and initiatives across the sector to hear about future targets, celebrate achievements, and strengthen connections between local suppliers and global industry leaders. Together, we are building a sustainable future for generations to come.
Localization is at the heart of Saudi Arabia's success and future prosperity. It is the bridge connecting our past, our present, and our bold vision for the future. Saudi Arabia's journey of localization is guided by a clear and unified vision. From the early foresight of our leadership to the collaborative efforts of today, our path is illuminated by Vision 2030, the blueprint for a thriving and sustainable future. Localization is more than a commitment. It's a strategic imperative supported by a robust framework, practical initiatives, and unparalleled investments. With over 3 trillion Saudi Arabian riyals dedicated to the energy sector, we are forging ahead with determination. Building strong partnerships is fundamental to our localization goals. Partnerships that span across national borders and industries. Together, we are shaping a resilient and diversified energy ecosystem that strengthens Saudi Arabia's position on the global stage. The energy sector has long been a pioneer in localization. Today, contributing 40% of Saudi Arabia's GDP, it stands as a beacon of achievement, demonstrating the power of local capability and innovation. But this is only the beginning. The road ahead is filled with vast opportunities for growth, innovation, and expansion. From localizing the supply chain to building human capital, we are poised to transform the sector with a target of 75% localization by 2030. Localization is not just about today, it's about tomorrow. It is about creating a sustainable, secure, and resilient future for Saudi Arabia and the world. It is a future built on industry, society, and sustainability, ensuring prosperity for generations to come. Localization is our future, for ourselves, for our children, and for the world.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to welcome His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman Al Saud, Minister of Energy, to the stage for his keynote address.
I was in an event this morning, and I keep worrying whether I will be reading the wrong speech for the wrong audience. There are so many events, and my God, this country, this city is becoming a city of so many things. A city of joy, a city of exhilaration of every source of energy. It's also a place where lots of people celebrate so many good things. Celebrating so many things as we come along trying to achieve our Vision 2030. I take a great deal of pleasure of being, I always say it because I believe in it, that I am one amongst equal in this ecosystem, energy ecosystem. Because without that spirit, and we're changing the wording now, it used to be called Band of Brothers. Now we're calling it Band of Sisters and Brothers. And it is and because of that, we're here. And because of that, we're festive. And because of that, we have this awesome gathering with so many partners that were here, are expanding more. And I'm sure that if we host this gathering to next year or the year after, that the room will have to be enlarged. The size of the audience will be bigger. But more important, we have a leadership that unfortunately, as soon as we feel that we are securing his targets, he just blows us up with so many targets to come. The resilience of his leadership, the bigger the ambitions that he throws at us, to some of us might cause us to be in hospitals one of these days. But here you go. I just want to welcome Your Excellencies, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies in this gathering. I should not be doing a lot of speaking because what we will celebrate is something that can speak for itself. However, it is almost important that also I give you a kind of an expose of what we will be doing and how much, and what is the real core motive for us in doing what we're doing now. It started with a concern about supply chain, but then we realized that we had not tapped properly what we call it now localization. So if permit me a few minutes just to take you on the trip of what we have done, and hopefully it gives you a straightforward evidence of our commitment of what we shall do in the future. So again, I welcome you here, and it is a great, this forum bring together us to focus on our collective effort towards localization and sustainable energy built on local expertise and resources. This forum aligns with the Saudi Arabian National Strategy and Vision 2030. And also, which is basically the center of our endeavor in making us to have that holistic view towards the ambition that we are, each and every agency is attending to. The global COVID pandemic had bear on our voluntary, had laid bare the vulnerability of our supply chain when essential goods became scarce. And I will never forget those days and nights. Some of my colleagues here, Bender, Dr. Hamad, on the months and months of trying to achieve that, meet that challenge of how can we secure ourselves with so many of these goods, essential goods that we were supposed to, without which I don't think we would have overcome dealing with that pandemic. We experienced the risk of over-reliance on external source, promoting a swift response from our government. With the collaboration of 15 key entities, we are mobilized to coordinate the local production of vital supplies. This experience underscored the pressing need for localization across all sectors, especially in energy, in response to the challenges. His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz, the Crown Prince and the Prime Minister, commissioned a comprehensive study to identify vulnerabilities within the essential product across the various sectors and to fill the gap in our supply chain. I have to give it to him that many of us were concerned about how much time consuming it would be. Is it important? Is it relevant? But to be faithfully honest, that when we saw the end game of that study, I think we were all pale, to be honest, on how much we have been missing and how seriously dangerous to maintain what we were into at that time. So it was, to be honest, that study was probably the best shocker we've ever had not only because of the pandemic, but even post the pandemic, it would have been more than essential to pursue what that study had enabled us to see. In many aspects, in many sectors, including medical, by the way. For energy, the findings were clear. We must localize critical components in oil and gas renewable energy and the power system to safeguard our future, ensuring self-reliance as a paramount, particularly in time of global disruptions. Our commitment to localizing key element of our energy supply chain has become a strategic priority. But energy in Saudi Arabia is much more than just a sector. It is an engine that drives our industry, our cities, our prosperity, our economic growth. The macroeconomic impact, as Asil was saying, just our fantastic MC. And by the way, I have to share with you the news. She's a newlywed, so I want to congratulate her, and maybe if you can join me in congratulating her. Just to tell you how much up close and personal my relationship with the people I work with. The macroeconomic impact of the entire energy sector is estimated to represent about 40%. Did I divulge any? I'm okay? Fine. It constitutes about 40% of the kingdom GDP. So energy matters, and our localization will blaze a trail for similar initiatives across the wider Saudi economy. And this is what I mean, the spillover effect of this program. We are not starting from a vacuum, which is really helpful. I have to give it to 3 companies mainly. Aramco took the lead on Ektifa, followed by Sabic in Nusanid, and I think SEC got jealous, so they started Bina. But without that, so, you know, we don't want to call ourselves cheaters because we started earlier, so we benefited from the early start and the kickstart, and that tells you a lot how much these companies were engaged well, it wasn't localization, it was more to do with trying to find meaningful sources of main components. But now we are taking it to a bigger and more sizable ambition. But without that base load, I don't think we would have been available today to meet here, signing all of these agreements. To achieve the greater alignment and further strengthen the collaboration between the stakeholders, we have established a localization committee for the energy sector. And this is what I'm trying to describe as the ecosystem, the governmental ecosystem that enabled us to do what we're doing here. This is under the Supreme Committee of the Energy Mix, Electricity Production and Enablement for the Renewable Energy Sector, chaired by no less than His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Prince Mohammed. This involved the engagement and support for 15 different government, as I said, and ministries, government ministries and institutions, mindful of the specific of responsibility and independent governance of each and every entity. Usually in governments, you get into this so-called turfs infights. My turf, your turf. The way we operate here in Saudi Arabia, we always say to each other, amen, that's your turf, but please deliver what your mandate is telling you to achieve for us. So we are not confused about whose turf is here and there. We know one thing. that no matter what you do in silo, you're not going to be achieving anything. And you have to recognize the fact that you have to work cohesively with everybody that can add value to that endeavor, whatever that endeavor. It's a system I had the honor of working with when we first created Kafa'a, which is our efficiency program. And it has been with us for so many experiences. And now it is something that the entire government programs are operated with that spirit and that approach, because this is the only thing that would make us all deliver. The principal mandate of the Localization Committee for Energy Sector is to oversee the development of detailed plan and initiative for localizing goods and services. It has set short and long terms and develop strategic enablers to ensure we reach our 75% sector goals by 2030. And the committee will support smooth implementation and attend to obstacles with a view to achieving the target, helping the sector to achieve its full potential. And this is the difference between Aramco doing it alone as an induced domestic program, internal program, or for that matter, Sabic and SEC. No, there are bigger ambitions, more vigorous ambitions, but there are enablers and an ecosystem that support these companies to achieve what they want to achieve. Let me emphasize, though, that in keeping in our holistic strategy, we are focused on the more difficult, as I was saying, more difficult and more ambitious task of localization, rather than the just setting of a local content. Our approach goes deep to the very meticulous material and minerals that upon which we will be able to achieve our ambitions, which is, again, this is the vigorousness of the program, that we should not be content with local content, but go deeper into the materials and the components and the minerals that will deliver us. Big challenge. It takes maybe 10–15% more than what is typical local content, additional 10–15% compared to a typical local content program. Another word, an all-inclusive approach for localization, localizing the entire supply chain from raw material to finished product in order to maximize their value to the nation. Why should we export raw material? Why can't we benefit like what others are trying to do from benefiting from other sources of materials that may have a much better ability to produce it at a low cost? And why we can't compete over these resources? And to be honest, if you run faster, you stand a better chance of getting hold of something that you need, and you need it not only now, but in the future. That will encourage actually the development of an anchor project and supply in the supply chain. And we're embarking on a few of them, and we hope that we can do the rest of them. This in turn will also benefit multiple national industries such as the automotive, mining, and mineral industry, all the way to the water desalination sector, because you'll be surprised that there is a great deal of similarities in some of the equipments that are used in the energy sector and desalination, but even the water system altogether, whereby we will try to enhance the economic benefit of all sectors that can benefit from these equipments. Energy, as I always say, is the core of many of other sectors. Our ambition is to transfer technology and products to Saudi Arabia, encompassing the entire supply chain. And based on this, we can see huge opportunities for exporting world-class goods, services, and expertise around the globe. We're not alone in that ambition. The region is full of so many opportunities. And I'm not talking about just the Arab world or the Middle East, but I'm talking about further east, where you include Central Asia as countries that are doing the same thing. So yes, we're not going to be content with the idea of self-sufficiency. We'll be more content with the idea of being a hub for exporting to many of our to the countries, neighboring countries, and those who have the similar ambitions. This country, we will tell you, certainly with you, and certainly we need more of you, but certainly with everybody that can join us, shall become the hub of localization in the entire region, period. Because look at who is expanding. We're doing a lot in the oil sector, in the gas sector, refining, petrochemical, renewable, and the entire power sector chain, conventional and non-conventional. Just show me anybody who is doing more expansion within the Middle East, just to be humble, and ask yourself the question, who is doing most of the work in the Middle East? I've got GE here, and my other friend, I asked them, didn't you come to me asking me to release some of your dual cycle Siemens and GE? Didn't you come and ask me to release one of your units to be used in some countries without naming name? And I told you what? I told you we bought it in October and you shall deliver it on time. You know why? Because the whole world ran out of dual cycle. Correct me if I am wrong. Simply because you will have to line up for until 28 to get one of those units. It's a proud decision we took in October, and we know that we are having our energy security being totally secured, and we will fulfill our ambition when it comes to the change of our energy mix. And look at I take pride of the fact that in our energy mix, we have adapted to become Swiss. So we don't look at this, Swiss cheese is nice. But the way we operate as a Swiss clock and Swiss watch. We can have Swiss cheese for breakfast to give us energy. But what would give you energy, real energy, is to operate like a Swiss watch. I know I've taken so much of your time. And I'm not going to continue this speech because I run risk to becoming boring. But one thing I promise you, one thing I owe it, again, I am a gifted person. As an energy minister of Saudi Arabia, I have to say it. If we did not have the current leadership in the name of the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman, in the name of the Crown Prince, Prime Minister, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, I wouldn't be here standing before you proud of what we have achieved, and more important, confident that what we would achieve will happen. But, and this is the big but, I am relying on youth, empowered youth. And we have within our ecosystem an approach that I will never change, which is empowering the youth by imposing, and I mean the word, imposing a bottom-up approach. And now we're even more proud because lately we just have discovered, as I said earlier, that we have such an amount of females working in this sector now. Not only they are doing what their guts is pushing them to do, actually I have to testify that some of them are being conceived now as leading examples of how an honest, faithful, committed, qualified person should attend to his job. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay. أبد تو ما يتبارك طال عمرك. Your Royal Highness, we thank you for everything, for that quick congratulation and for your profound insights. And we appreciate your unwavering commitment to the future of our energy sector. I echo His Royal Highness in emphasizing that greater localization will enhance energy supply and drive national development, advancing the Kingdom's global leadership in energy. And setting targets and working to achieve them will create meaningful opportunities, especially for us as youth, including thousands of jobs created, all while promoting economic growth and global collaboration. We need to remember that this can only be made possible through recognizing the necessity of significant investments across all energy sectors. Therefore, creating an environment to support it is of paramount importance. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have an exciting day ahead, full of celebrations and achievements, and strengthening connections. But before we jump into any of that, let's hear more from our industry leaders on their journey in this transformation, their key plans and their strategies and future targets, and the role of government support in enabling all of that. And with that, we will now move on to our first exciting panel discussion of the day, titled Realizing Energy Ambitions: The Role of Government Support in Enabling Industry Supply Chains. This panel will be moderated by my esteemed colleague, Yahya Khoja, General Manager of Artificial Intelligence and Business Development from the Ministry of Energy. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here with us today. My name is Yahya Khoja, and it is my great pleasure to be your moderator of the first session in the Energy Localization Forum. An event like today is very special for many reasons. First, it creates a forum for us to share information, exchange ideas, and build partnerships. And that will be key for us to achieve our ambitions of localizing 75% of the energy sector. An event like today is also special because it gives us a unique opportunity to take a behind-the-scenes look of the massive efforts happening today in terms of national localization. And that's why I'm so privileged today to have two very distinguished speakers on the panel with us. Both of them are members of the Council of Ministers, and both of them lead national efforts when it comes to localization and supply chain enablement. Our speakers are none other than His Excellency, Mr. Bandar Al-Khrayif, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, Chairman of the Local Content and Government Procurement Authority, and of course, His Excellency Dr. Hamad Al-Sheikh, Minister of State and Secretary General of the Localization and Balance of Payments Committee. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage. Your Excellencies, thank you very much for being here with us today. We're so excited for this conversation and for this panel. As we've just heard from His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, Minister of Energy, about the importance of localizing the energy sector and how it's also important not just for Saudi Arabia, but also for our international partners. So allow us to start the conversation and discussion by learning from you a high-level view about the national localization efforts. So if you allow me, Your Excellency, Mr. Al-Kharayef, we start with you, and if you can kindly tell us about the efforts that you lead within the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, and also within the Local Content and Government Procurement Authority, and if you can also share with us examples about how you're collaborating with other government entities. Tfaddal, ma'am.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Jazakumullah bil khair. Allow me first of all to thank His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz for the invitation. And as he said to me, it is not an invitation. We are partners in this journey, and definitely in making sure that our partners here today understand exactly what we are trying to do. And I would like to probably share some of the stories we have had in our journey of the localization targets. And I think His Royal Highness have talked enough about how challenged we are from our leadership towards what kind of targets we should adopt. But if we look at the 75% target, at first glance, it is very hard to imagine something like this happening when the energy sector have been there for decades. So there has to be a real effort to achieving this target through a very, very controlled, I would say, but also well-designed approach to solve for the why we haven't been able to achieve it in the past. And I think one of the things that the ecosystem today enjoys is the ability to look at the localization effort as in a holistic view. It will be very hard for a sector by itself to localize without being enabled through an ecosystem, various ecosystems actually, to ensure that we are all collaborating for the same thing. And we all admire the efforts that has been done by our national companies such as Aramco or Sabic or Ma'adin or the electricity company, but it's not going to be possible that they can do it alone. So just to make it short, I think the effort that has been made is to ensure that we have a national-wide strategy. We understand who's going to lead the different components of the strategy. And we are actually very proud to see that the leadership of the Energy Ministry, specifically in leading the energy localization, is key. 40% of the economy is concentrated in this sector, so it is definitely going to be a pull. So we are leveraging on what our national companies have done in the past. We are now helping them to ensure that the right policies are there. We are helping them to ensure that the right infrastructure is there in the form of the industrial cities, developed land. We are helping them to ensure that the right financing required is there through the Saudi industrial development funds and other means. And most importantly, we are making sure that they find the right partners, where the partners they choose are also partners who have a long-term view about the country, who have the right technology, and who have shared with us similar values. At the end of the day, and I think His Royal Highness made it very clear, our efforts is definitely focusing our localization in our local market, but our aspirations and our leaders' aspirations is beyond that. We see, and it's very clear, and even now today, I think some of the guests here can talk about it. We are already an industrial hub. We can solve global challenges in supply chain, in difficulties of different service goods and components, where elements are taking so much lead time. Saudi Arabia can solve for this, and the energy sector is definitely a great tool to give that push.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Those are truly massive national efforts. And as you've kindly mentioned, Your Excellency, they require a coordinated effort and complementarity across government entities and also with the private sector. And I would imagine and assume that some might think that these efforts are new and this localization journey happening right now in the country is a new one. But maybe we listen from you, Your Excellency, Dr. Al Sheikh, about the history of the localization efforts in our country. And also if you can kindly share from your perspective about how you saw these localization efforts evolve over the years into what we are witnessing today.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. First, I would like to thank His Highness Prince Abdulaziz for the invitation and his efforts in localization of his sector. And yes, they are working like Swiss watches. And this is realized and observed. But if we go to history a little bit, when King Abdulaziz, rahimahullah, was trying to explore alternatives of resources for Saudi Arabia and invited a number of companies to explore oil in Saudi Arabia, and finally, after long efforts, signed a concession with in 1933 with the Standard Oil of California. He put in that agreement 2 projects that represent the local content localization in 1933. He required them to build a kerosene plant and a gasoline plant. And he required them to use local employees in every aspect that they can find somebody who is suitable. So going back, he has the vision actually to implement the principle of local content and increasing the local content and localization with the vision of increasing employment, supplying local demand with locally produced goods, decreasing imports, and hopefully increasing export, and treating any kind of balance of trade problem that appears in the future. And this is also renewed. His increase or this principle at some point got a little bit distracted by the principle coming from probably some management consulting, I would say, by outsourcing things. So it became outsourcing and having governments do the outsourcing so they don't focus on localization and increasing. Then it became renewed again under the leadership of His Highness King Salman bin Abdul Aziz and His Highness the Crown Prince and Prime Minister Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and with the leadership of also His Highness Abdul Aziz bin Salman, the Minister of Energy, to also increase that effort in localization. In reality, if we increase the percentage of localization objective by 5%, from, for instance, or 10%, from 65 to 75, and the value of that is, for instance, let's say, $500 billion. If you increase it by 10%, you are increasing the remaining income in Saudi Arabia, in the economy, and circulating probably that 10% inside the economy, creating more jobs, creating more wealth, and decreasing also the balance if there is a trade balance in non-oil sector or oil sector. So basically, this is the history of it.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. I think this is such a wonderful start to our session because you've both helped us to establish the context in terms of national efforts happening in localization, and now also the historical context of localization. And if you allow me to kind of now zoom into the energy sector, because after all, we are in the Energy Localization Forum. So if I may ask you, Your Excellency, Mr. Al-Khrayif, why is localization, specifically in the energy sector, so important?
Well, I think Prince Abdulaziz talked about the incident. We both, I think he was only a couple of weeks, I was 3 weeks, something like this. So 4 months, okay. But we were still very, very young in the government, and suddenly this attack on Aramco comes as I mean, if we look at that incident alone, any kind of investment would justify what has happened in coming back to the market, where Aramco has been able to do so in less than 3 weeks, I think. In the water business, I remember a quote from His Excellency Al-Fadli when we were signing one time on a localization program, and I said, I thank you for your national pride about localization. He said, it's not national pride. It is a way to secure water supply to the nation. So we need to be mindful of the, I would say, the broader impact of localization. Definitely, it has a cost impact. And as head of the local content authority, I have promised in front of Minister of Finance that localization and local content will never be at the cost of the budget on the medium term even, not long term. And this is exactly what we have been seeing. Allowing people to plan investments with the right commitments from the local supply, be it from government spending or our national champions, through, for example, offtake agreements, is a way to secure the facilities to be built in Saudi, to ensure the demand that is coming, and definitely, I have no doubt that it will be competitive even from a cost point of view. So, coming back to your question, every country has its own characteristics of economy, and we have to be also mindful of the fact that energy represents a great deal of our economy. In fact, today, the 6 largest companies in the country today, they spend 150 billion riyals, equivalent, if not more, than government spending. So it's a significant amount of money. Great portion of that is in the energy sector. And as His Royal Highness was mentioning, the beauty about the energy sector, it can unlock facilities, plants that can be used for so many variety of different components. And this is what we have been seeing in the steel manufacturing, for example, in casting and forging. Even in additive manufacturing, where it's a new technology, where we see great potential. I'm personally a big fan of additive manufacturing. I think it's going to be the future. When we see Aramco or Sabic actually giving opportunities to people who are in additive manufacturing, willing to work with them to prove the concept and actually to test it in very critical components such as downhole pumps. It's amazing to see these kind of things. So the localization of the energy sector is not going to benefit the energy sector by itself. It is going to affect the whole industrialization of the country. I'm sure that many of the facilities that will be built to localize the energy sector will be even used for defense sector, for example, which is even a critical area that we are working on through GAMI and others. So it's a crucial part. I'm very proud to be part of this whole exercise. I'm very proud about the engagement that we have been seeing from our partners in the sector, be it the local partners or international partners who even now see Saudi Arabia as their next global hub. So they can benefit from local demand, which is clear, which is predictable, which is growing, but also can access different markets from Saudi Arabia, building on the capabilities they can build in Saudi Arabia. So it's a great way to industrialize the country in many ways. Not to mention what even we are seeing in the investment of these companies in advanced manufacturing, in automation, in AI, and so on and so forth. So it's all bringing so much value to the sector directly, to the broader national agenda of industrialization, to our human capital development, to our innovation and research and development ecosystem.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And if we may ask you, Your Excellency, Dr. Ali Sheikh, about the strategic importance of localizing and enabling the supply chains in the energy sector, and also what is the wider impact of localizing the energy sector to our country?
Saudi Arabia is a major producer of energy, and it has probably the most competitive source of energy in the world, and has the highest confirmed sources of energy in the world also. So, and it represents until recently a higher percentage of the GDP. So not focusing on localization in the energy sector will be sort of weakness from the perspective, I think, of strategic planning. Therefore, the wise leadership of Saudi Arabia focused in order to make sure that this production capacity that is available for the whole world and for the region, in order to stabilize the market. So it is known for being the most reliable source and last resource of energy for any kind of volatility in the world market. So, and this is also emphasized under Vision 2030. So the more downstream we increase localization, the more of the income is remaining within the economy and circling again inside the economy. So this is very important. As I said earlier, if that size of increasing 10% equal 100 billion, that is for the benefit of the economy because it will be recycled within the economy. Now, with the program that is implemented by Aramco, Iktifa, and with Sabic, Nusanid, and also other programs, this is even will increase the production of downstream and the use of locally produced goods. It's not that we don't like to import. It's just that in order to create more competitive advantage, you need to start by incentivizing industry. You need to protect infant industry. And this is very well known in economics. You cannot start a production without giving enough incentive and enough protection at the early stages of development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. Again, this is truly enlightening and insightful in terms of understanding the efforts and the importance of the energy sector. And now I imagine that a lot of these significant and massive efforts come with their fair share of challenges as well. So if I may ask you, Your Excellency, Mr. Al-Khrayif, about the specific challenges that you see that come with trying to localize supply chains, and also what are some government efforts to try and address these challenges?
I think one of the most important challenges is really how we can do all of these projects. How can we move as fast as we can to achieve the targets? And the bottlenecks probably that I would identify is the capacity to execute. So even with the large companies, I mean, today the country is moving so fast in many activities, not only the industrial sector. So that's the challenge. Financing is another challenge, and human capital. So with regard to the first one, we are trying to move as fast as we can to expand our industrial land availability, be it in Jubail, Yanbu, where we have the 4 cities, the major 4 cities, part of the Royal Commission of Jubail, Yanbu, or through Mudun. We have 36 different industrial cities around the kingdom. We are helping the industry also to fast track through products like ready-made factories, where we are at least shortening the time of moving quicker. Maybe it is not the right product to the large installation, but at least we are trying to unlock value there. We are also in Mudun considering build to use, where we are helping investors to accelerate their execution of projects through that product. So that's the area of infrastructure and execution. Financing is a challenge already. Not only interest rate, but the amount of access to financing. It's easy maybe for large companies like Aramco and Sabic, but when you go to the medium and small companies, it becomes harder. That's why we are working through SIDF and other partners, NDF, to find different solutions to ensure that we are covering the whole scope of the different players who would be interested in the localization. We have a program in the ministry called the Industrial Support Program. It has a budget of 6 billion riyals that is intended to help SMEs to access financing with less I would say, requirements that we find in the SIDF or others. But we are working also with commercial banks to ensure that they allocate a certain portion of their portfolio to the sector. We try to help them because the sector is also difficult to understand. So SIDF, Exim Bank, Local Content Authority, the ministry is trying to help educate people who are in commercial banks to understand these projects and find ways to avail the right financing to this. And finally, with regard to human capital, it's a challenge, and it's a challenge, global challenge. I think today we see, at least in the energy sector, there's a great maturity. We see entities like NITI and Petroleum or Energy Academy, and we are trying to learn from these academies. We have created at the beginning of this year the Industrial and Mining Academy. It's going to be an orchestrator of all of the efforts of human capital development. So there are challenges, and definitely anything will have challenges, but I think the opportunities outweigh the challenges, and it's very easy to see companies who work with us, international players, for example. We have today, I saw a Suwaidi, for example, when I visited Egypt and I visited their facility, he said, I will be there next week. And he was here next week, and now we see them investing. We see people like Fanar, like Aquapower, and others. I proudly, personally come from a family business that is also involved in localization of the sector. So we can see great impact, and I am sure the challenges, especially the financing and the infrastructure challenges, can be easily solved when people see the value that this localization program can bring to the overall economy, and to their also the returns that is coming as a result of this.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And I mean, we're also interested to hear, Your Excellency, Dr. Ali Sheikh, about those that are considering about investing, like investors and partners. What is some form of government support that the government can offer to these partners or investors that are considering expanding their presence here in Saudi Arabia?
Saudi Arabia has opened its doors for foreign investors as well as local investors, encourages the investment strategy, encourages also joint ventures. And in specific, if we look at, for instance, Jubail and Yanbu and the number of investors there, most of them is coming basically joint venture at the beginning, and with also the assistance of the government, building the infrastructure, preparing for them the basic services in a resilient way, providing them with also loans from the Saudi Industrial Fund, and giving them also whatever is required. If it's inputs that is required from the energy sector, like gas or something, then it's allocated for them in a stable manner. If we look now at some of the efforts of the, for instance, Saudi Aramco. Saudi Aramco now is leading one of the largest, I would say, mega projects in local content, which is the King Salman International Complex for maritime. This will introduce a whole industry of shipbuilding. It is the government allocated for them the required land, the coastal area. This will probably cost maybe 20 billion riyals of investment. At the same time, it will contribute on yearly basis, probably 17 billion riyals. So I consider this as one of the mega projects actually of increasing localization and local content, and it will bring also a new industry that could serve the whole region in that respect.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. As much as I'm enjoying this conversation, and I'm sure I speak on behalf of our audience, sadly, all good things we have to wrap it up because we're at the time. But before I let you go, in a few words, Your Excellencies, what message would you like to tell to investors or partners about starting a business or doing business here in Saudi Arabia? So if we start with you, Your Excellency, Mr. Al-Khrayef.
Very simple. Come now or you will lose this opportunity.
And Your Excellency, Dr. Ali Sheikh.
You are going to, I think you are going to be powered by progress here.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you very much. On behalf of our audience, let's please thank our esteemed speakers. Thank you very much for this wonderful session, Your Excellency. الله يعطيكم العافية وعليكم شرفنا فيك الله. شكرا لك معالي. الله يحفظك.
Thank you to their excellencies for such an in-depth and insightful discussion on the kingdom's ambitious localization agenda. We've heard about the decades-long history of localization in Saudi Arabia and how it has evolved into the comprehensive strategy we see today. Our speakers highlighted the critical role of government support in providing the right policies, infrastructure, and financing, helping companies find long-term partners who share our values and ambitions. They also underscored how the energy sector's localization efforts are not just meeting local demand with locally produced products, but are also solving global supply chain challenges in key components. Beyond that, energy localization is driving economic circulation, creating more jobs and fostering prosperity across industries. As we've seen, Saudi Arabia's commitment to building resilient supply chains and enabling industry growth makes it a strategic partner for global investors with opportunities on an unprecedented scale. Your Royal Highness, Your Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, developing local capabilities is essential for fostering sustainability-focused industries in Saudi Arabia and in alignment with Vision 2030. Localization efforts aim to engage small and medium-sized enterprises while promoting market growth. Localization programs such as Iktiva, Nusanid, and Bina, led by major energy companies, are taking this idea a step further, looking to achieve 75% localization in energy sector components and boost the export of targeted products and services. By increasing integration with the government ecosystem, we have the power to unlock greater potential, to accelerate localization execution, and maximize national economic impact. The Ministry of Energy is instrumental in coordinating the efforts of launching Nuwattin, the Supplier Development Initiative, a new platform for suppliers, investors, and the energy sector. Your Royal Highness, we ask for your kind blessings to proceed with the launch of the initiative. Bismillah.
Nuwatan is a new localization enablement program launched by the Ministry of Energy. Nuwatan is about partnership between suppliers, investors, and the Saudi energy sector. Nuwatan is about opportunity, maximizing localization actions along the whole supply chain.
The initiative will support in ensuring the development of a national demand to propel greater investment opportunities and helping connect these prospects to various enablement entities, enhancing the value proposition of a targeted project. Nuwatan will provide a platform for both investors and suppliers to overcome a project development challenge across the government and the private sector ecosystem.
With the Nuwatan initiative, we see that the Ministry of Energy has enabled the private sector through collaboration with the private sector localization programs to efficiently contribute towards supporting the entire energy sector ecosystem of Saudi Arabia.
The first oil well in commercial quantities, Dammam number 7, was drilled by a drill bit that was manufactured by Baker Hughes in the US. It was imported back in 1938 to drill that well, and now we have a manufacturing facility in Saudi that is manufacturing drill bits exported around the globe, including the US.
At the heart of this success is a focus on local talent and expertise, alongside an investment in research and development to promote innovation and improve performance.
We remain committed to empowering all suppliers today, tomorrow, and for generations to come.
Your Royal Highness, Your Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed to the file exchange ceremony, where we will be witnessing the establishment of 124 agreements across 118 companies worth 104 billion Saudi riyals, 104 مليار ريال سعودي. The ceremony will take place under the patronage of His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman Al Saud, Minister of Energy, His Excellency Bandar Al Khrayef, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, His Excellency Dr. Hamad Al Sheikh, Minister of State and Member of Council of Ministers and the Secretary General of Localization and Balance of Payments Committee. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage. To begin, we invite Mr. Nasr Al-Naimi, Saudi Aramco Upstream President, to the stage to join His Royal Highness and Excellencies in witnessing the signing of Saudi Aramco's agreements. The first announcement engulfs 10 agreements under the title Drilling Equipment and Drilling Chemicals with Saudi Aramco. Please welcome to the stage Saudi Aramco and Baker Hughes. Saudi Aramco and SLB. Saudi Aramco and Halliburton. Saudi Aramco and Weatherford. Saudi Aramco and Energy Investment Factory. Saudi Aramco and Breda Energia. Saudi Aramco and NOV. Second announcement engulfs 5 agreements under the title Gas Monitors and Control Systems Agreements with Saudi Aramco. Please welcome to the stage Honeywell. Saudi Aramco and Emerson. Saudi Aramco and Ethel Advanced Manufacturing, General Monitor. Saudi Aramco and Schneider. Saudi Aramco and Yokogawa. Mr. Nasser, thank you for being with us on stage. It was a pleasure to have you. Now, turning to the Saudi Electricity Company agreements, we kindly call Mr. Khalid Al-Ghamdi, CEO of the Saudi Electricity Company, to the stage to witness this important moment. For the third announcement, it engulfs two agreements under the title Localization Purchase Agreement for high voltage and extra high voltage gas insulated switchgear. Please join me in welcoming Siemens Energy. SEC and Hitachi Energy. Our fourth announcement engulfs 7 agreements under the title Localization Purchase Agreement for Joints and Terminations. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Rappel Industry Company. SEC and Arabian Transformers Company. Yamuna Denson's Arabia Industrial. SEC and Power Transmission and Telecommunication. Bahra Advanced Cable Manufacture. SEC and Riyadh Cables Group Company. and Al-Suwaidi Electrical Industrial. Our fifth announcement engulfs two agreements under the title HVDC Converter Stations with SEC. Please welcome to the stage Al-Fanar Projects and China Electric Power Equipment and Technology Company. Our sixth announcement engulfs four agreements under the title HDVC Overhead Line Interconnection Line between Central to West and Central to South with SEC. Please welcome Branch of Hyundai Engineering and Construction. SEC and Saudi Services for Electromechanic Work. SEC and Larsen and Toubro, Saudi Arabia. SEC and Al-Fanar Construction. Mr. Khalid, thank you for joining us on stage. Next, we shift our attention to Sabic. I'd like to welcome Mr. Abdurrahman Shamsuddin, Executive Vice President of Manufacturing, to the stage to witness the signing of key agreements. For the seventh announcement, we are thrilled to announce the launch of GCC Lab Company for Technical Services with Sabic. Please welcome to the stage GCC Lab, Nusanid, Jabin, Mutabaqa, and SMB Capital. Mr. Abdurrahman, thank you for being with us on stage. For the eighth announcement, we're announcing an agreement under the title localizing the manufacturing of wind towers, carrying the wind turbine energy systems by committing to inclusion in the mandatory list in exchange for localization with the Local Content Government Procurement Authority. To start off, please welcome to the stage Al-Yamama. Let's welcome also to the stage Arabian International Company Steel. Our ninth announcement is an agreement under the title Collaboration Agreement between Next Charger and FIT to manufacture electric power chargers. Please welcome to the stage Next Charger and FIT. Our 10th agreement is an agreement under the title Localization of OCTG tubing and casting manufacturing, including heat treatment. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Al-Ulayan and CITIC. For our 11th announcement, we are announcing a JV agreement between GCC Lab and Voltamp for localization of transformer rehabilitation and maintenance services. Please join me in welcoming GCC Lab and Voltamp. For our 12th announcement, we're announcing a strategic partnership agreement between As-Suwaidi Electric and Abu Nayyan Holding Group to localize high and EHV power transformers. Please welcome to the stage As-Suwaidi and Abu Nayyan Holding. For our 13th announcement, we are announcing an investment under the title Localizing Engineering, Manufacturing and Installation Activities. Please welcome to the stage Lamprel. 14th announcement, we are announcing an investment under the title Local Facility Development in Dammam. Please welcome to the stage General Electric Vernova. Your Royal Highness, Your Excellencies, يعطيكم العافية, we would like to kindly ask you to remain on stage for a group photo with all of our signatories. I would also like to invite all of our signatories back on stage for a group photo. Thank you all. I think we can all agree that it is only through collaboration that we can drive tangible growth, development, and innovation across our nation's energy sector. Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite you to enjoy a lunch break. We will reconvene again at 3:45 p.m. for our next panel discussions and our signing ceremonies. Thank you. يعطيكم العافية.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated as we are about to start shortly. Thank you. Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Next on our agenda, we have an important session focused on the prominence of integrating strategic sectors in the kingdom. This panel will look at the underlying drivers and trends now influencing the energy sector and what this means for localization now and in the future. Leading this conversation will be Mrs. Sarah Twajri, Executive Director of External Communications and Market Intelligence at the Saudi Electricity Company. Ms. Sarah, the floor is yours.
Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us today at the Energy Localization Forum. We witnessed an exciting milestone today, the energy sector's journey to resilience and sustainability, with more than 104 billion Saudi riyals invested to localize a rooted and pivotal energy engine. So far, and with Vision 2030 well within its 9th year, many of our targets have been exceeded. More to that, by 2030, the Kingdom aspires to be the largest provider of hydrogen in the world, achieving an annual target of more than 4 million tons. And add to that, 2,800 gigawatts of renewable energy were connected to the national electricity grid already, enough to supply 520,000 homes with electricity. Now, exceeding targets became a norm in the Saudi government and the Saudi nation. And some would say we need to set more aggressive, more ambitious targets. And from His Royal Highness, we know who says that. At this point, we're looking at a massive transformation in Saudi. But this culture of high achievements is not only driven by leadership ambitions. How are things really getting done? And how quickly and efficiently do we need to do that? As His Royal Highness said, working in silos will not get you to achieve anything. From that, ladies and gentlemen, the ability to achieve and succeed is governed by the power of collaboration and integration. And from this pivotal lens, our session today addresses the prominence of integrating strategic sectors in the kingdom, and let us welcome our esteemed panelists. Your Excellency Khalid bin Mohammed Al-Salim, President of the Royal Commission for Jubail and Yanbu. And from the Ministry of Energy, Mr. Mohammed Al-Ibrahim, Assistant Minister of Oil and Gas Affairs. And Mr. Nasser Al-Qahtani, Assistant Minister for Electricity Affairs. Welcome. Thank you for being with us today. Mr. Al-Ibrahim, let me start with you, if you don't mind. Let me start by just posing a generic question here. Are you an achiever or exceeder when it comes to the targets that you have? And how do you look at these ambitious targets, and how do you get them happen?
I have to be an exceeder. I was not given a choice. I work in an organization of exceeders led by His Royal Highness, who is an exceeder by himself. And if you ask him, he'll tell you he's an exceeder and a perfectionist at the same time, which does not make it easy for us. But in fact, we have been working hard, and the achievements that we see are very satisfying to us.
Very true.
And as when we achieve a target, it comes the next target afterwards. So it's not just achieving a target that gives us satisfaction, but it also gives us a drive to achieve more.
Very true.
And that's what we want to do in the Ministry of Energy. We push forward, we achieve a target, and then we directly set the next target and move forward. And those targets, by the way, are set ambitious as they are. It's not like they're set easy and then we achieve them and we push for another one and we celebrate. No, they're actually set hard to start with.
That's very interesting, especially that today we're talking about an energy sector that is quite rooted into many other sectors. From that context, we've been hearing about the immense scale of investment and infrastructural development and innovations that are planned for Saudi Arabia's energy sector. Could you provide an overview of what's driving these transformations at this point? And how do you see energy production and consumption evolving in response to all of these?
Transformation is not a new thing. Transformation has been something that has happened for ages. If you look at the energy sector itself, it started with burning coal and wood, and then it transformed into burning oil and transformed into gas, and it continues to transform, and that's the nature of the business. So it always looks at being more efficient, introducing more sources, diversifying, trying to reduce costs, and so on. The growth that we have globally and in the kingdom is actually driving the introduction of multiple sources, associated also with the effort to reduce emissions at the same time. So trying to balance both, which is addressing the growth, addressing the emissions, and ensuring that energy is also affordable, takes a lot of effort in ensuring that all sources are availed. In fact, we have a lot of growth coming in the future. If you look at the sources out there, you'll see that they estimate that energy demand by 2030 is going to range between 318 to 330 million barrels of oil equivalent per day, and that's a massive, massive amount. Oil and gas, despite everything we hear, are actually expected to continue growing for the next 2 decades, and that's the projection that we have so far, and it could continue growing even afterwards. And we're looking at a demand of around over 200 million barrels of oil equivalent per day. So that all entails a necessity to develop a lot of projects, and we are pushing on a lot of projects in oil. 3 of them have been announced already. We're working on Marjan, we're working on Zuluf, we're working on Berri development, working on Dammam development, we're working on multiple gas developments. And in the chemical sector, we're also building we have already announced a lot of projects, and soon you'll hear also additional projects. And if you look at the chemical projects alone, let alone the oil and gas, then we're looking at investments nearing $500 billion riyals over the next 5 to 7 years. And obviously, the majority of these projects will be placed in the Royal Commission of Jubail and Yanbu, and I'm sure His Excellency will speak about that in a bit. So the point is that the demand always drives the additional supply, but also affordability and efficiency also drive innovation in the sector, and it's always, you know, an ongoing innovation.
There's a quite big numbers that you just mentioned, and they call for more localization and more partnerships to make them happen one way or the other. And they are key to various industries. Now, let us move to Mr. Al-Nasser. Can you give us your expert insights into the key infrastructure and development projects that will bring about energy sector change? What's the timeline of bringing these into life and to put them online, basically?
Okay, thank you, Sarah, for this question. If you look to the electricity sector in Saudi Arabia, we're talking about the largest grid in the Middle East or MENA region. Sure. And I think His Royal Highness was saying today, bring me another country in the world, or at least in the Middle East, that doing what we are doing when it's come to the volume of the infrastructure that we are building. And I would like to second what my colleague Mohammed mentioned about when we look to the energy sector or electricity sector as a whole, you have to balance between many things: affordability, security of supply, and the cost. So it's very crucial, and the environmental issues that we have to look at it. And this was in the heart of our plan when we developed the whole plan for the electricity sector, starting with the energy mix. And it didn't happen, as His Royal Highness mentioned today. It's usually a bottom-up. Usually we work together collaboratively. Like, for example, Mohammed teams, my teams, all of us, we work together. And how can we optimize, even within the different sectors, where we can supply the gas, where electricity could be the right choice for supplying, and so on and so forth. Throughout the last 2 years, 3 years, we have seen a drastic really increase in electricity demand, where the year before we are almost 8.5% growth. This year, we're talking about 5.5. We are not expecting this to go down, and we are anticipating that our peak demand will be around 100 gigawatt by 2030. And that's mandate us to really, how can we develop an energy mix that's really very efficient, cost-effective, environmentally friendly, and aligned with Vision 2030. And this is the reason we have been developing it, and we reached to the conclusion that we need to do 50% of our fleet will be from renewable energy resources. We are envisioning that from here until 2030, we'll have the fleet, our capacity generation fleet, will be around 260 gigawatt. 50% of it will come from renewables. And we are anticipating it's going to be like around 130 gigawatts, 100 to 130 gigawatts, depends on the development of the demand. This itself mandates that we have to look closely in our grid, and where we have to do a lot of enforcement. And in that, we are building a lot of transmission lines. At least I would like to emphasize that we are building 7 high-voltage DC lines. That's, when I talk about high-voltage DC line, I'm talking about high technology, very sophisticated. The only high-voltage DC line is under construction now is the one between Saudi Arabia and Egypt. And we are doing the other one from Yumba to Neom. We are doing from Medina to Tabuk. We are doing it from Riyadh to Khamis, to southern area, and also from central area to western area. We are doing another 2 from eastern province to central province, and the last one with Iraq. So really, you are talking about a huge infrastructures that we are building. We are envisioning that at least in the transmission, we'll be spending more than 260 billion Saudi riyal there, which is very huge when it's come to the investment size. And now talking about the distribution size, we are having a lot of activities. We need to automate, we need to improve the service to the consumer, we need to reduce the interruptions when it's come to time or numbers. And this is the reason that we're going for automating the grid and the network, where we are planning to reach like 40% of the automation. SEC is doing a great work in that regard. We are almost now, we are reaching around 30% of our distribution grid automated, and we are planning to reach the other 10% by 2025. we are anticipating that our customers base will increase from 11 million today to around 14 million. I would like to correct one number that you stated in your introduction.
Please do.
You're talking about that we are having 2,800 megawatt of renewable resources. Now we are having 5,100 megawatt.
Thank you very much.
As of today.
This is much
better.
better.
I think the numbers is going up. By the end of this year, we are anticipating our portfolio in the renewable energy resources will exceed 44 gigawatt in different stages of development. So it's the sector is thriving. The support that we are getting from the leadership is tremendous. There is as His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz emphasized today, we have the Supreme Council for Energy Mix that led by the Crown Prince, the Prime Minister, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and they are overseeing the overall development of the sector. And as my friend Mohammed mentioned, every day you are happy that you achieve something. Next day, you will see another target.
Higher.
When we started talking about our renewable program, we're talking about developing 7 gigawatts annually. Nowadays, we are talking about 20 gigawatts annually.
Inshallah.
So almost 3 times. Myself, as an engineer, if you asked me this question 6 years ago, could you do that? I said, it's impossible. Are you in good state of mind? This is what I will answer anyone. Today we are doing it. And we have done the 10 million replacement of the smart meters in the midst of COVID pandemic. And it was very successful. And that will bring to us that we have to question any status quo. We can achieve more. And we can be exceeders, not achievers.
Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate the ambition that everybody is talking about. It is consistent. There's a consistency across all sectors that we need to do more because we've done more. That methodology is bringing about a lot of change. And I also see that there's a strong and organic integration across the power sector and other sectors, including industrialization. Which brings us to a different perspective from His Excellency Khalid Al-Salim. Now, Your Excellency, the industrial city developments at Jubail and Yanbu have a strong history of integrated energy planning, as well as leading localization efforts today. We're fortunate to have you today. So my question to you is, could you please tell us something about how energy localization helped create these cities?
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Let me start with the end. Let me start with the results of energy localization 50 years ago. Maybe His Excellency Dr. Hamad talked about localization examples happened during King Abdulaziz's time. After that, then our leaders thought about the localization in different ways. Now, as a result, we have the 2 cities, Jubail and Yanbu. And Jubail, it's the biggest industrial city in the world. And it has all aspects of life with 300,000 inhabitants in these cities. It's created from nothing. And actually, this is what we are looking for, localizing energy. And this happens because of the idea of utilizing the associated gas at that time and the integration of planning with the idea of our leaders to integrate Aramco gas network and the Royal Commission for Jubail and Yanbu infrastructure and creating Sabic to utilize this gas and produce different petrochemical products. Actually, the Royal Commission, from inception, very important to think about the planning itself. You will see the planning of a pipe corridor to distribute the gas network in all industries. You will see also for the power and other utilities that make it available for plug and play for all different industries. This was very attractive to be looked at, with also taking care of environment and taking care of humanity in the city, making it attractive not only for local investment but for international investments. We started the cities with the JVs, as Dr. Hamad said in the morning, and the expats, they live side by side with the Saudis, learn from each other. The energy, I think my colleagues talked about the plans, the ambitious plans, and this is very important to integrate it within our master planning and developing also and remaster planning our cities. Our cities now, since 50 years, the master plan took into account all aspects that we think about, even for the rail. 50 years ago, the rail were considered in the city, and now the network is in operation in Jubail. And what we are looking for is to really make it more attractive through the plans we have with Ministry of Energy for different investments. Now, the city utilizing all of this energy, taking care of environment. We, as I said, now we have the 300,000 in the city. The employment and different industries that we have. The education system, one of the best in Saudi Arabia. 84% of our students get a job in the plants from the energy localization in Aramco, in Sabic, and in other companies. But this is very important that we continue to develop ourselves closely with the plans we have with our partners in Ministry of Energy and in Ministry of Industry.
And this does open a lot of opportunities for localization and building the value in the supply chain.
Sure. If you look at the CO2 emission, after utilizing the associated gas, you saved around more than 100 million tons of CO2 from the environment, utilizing it into value-added products.
Very true. That's very exciting, Your Excellency. Also, from a creation enablement perspective, it's also governed by the intersection between government and all other sectors. And this brings me to Mr. Al-Brahim. We just heard so many perspectives and so many large-scale projects and developments from His Excellency, from the beginning of the forum today. How is this immense range of projects going to be managed? How are we going to make things really happen at this point?
First, Sarma, let me explain that what we've heard today is only a part of the amount of projects that we're going to see. And that's only a part of the energy sector, let alone all of the other sectors in the country. So when you ask how we're going to manage it, we manage it through the main reason of getting us gathered here today, which is basically localization. Localization is not only for equipment, but actually it's about the localization of engineering, procurement, and construction. And that's a big part of the project. And it only makes sense. The amount of projects that we have in the country is massive enough for us to establish not one, but multiple engineering, procurement, and construction companies, or EPCs. The idea that we have right now is that, at least for the energy sector, is that we establish a holding EPC, and that holding EPC would actually develop multiple JVs. Each of those JVs would be an EPC company of its own, could be specialized in a certain area, and then there is basically a chain of projects that will be given to each of these EPCs. And in fact, it makes sense because we've had a lot of projects. The energy sector, as we've heard here, or the establishment of the big energy sector in Saudi Arabia actually started in the 30s. And since then, we've learned a lot, we've localized much, but the EPC part remained a gap. And we have been always depending on importing that service. But now we're actually localizing it. We're bringing this company here. We're creating the JVs. And by doing so, we can actually achieve multiple objectives at once. One of those objectives is actually creating new jobs. And these are going to be permanent jobs because these EPC companies are going to be local and they're going to have a lot of projects to come because it doesn't stop at 2030. There is another set of projects that are going to come after that. The other part is that by actually establishing local EPCs, you mean that you have a higher chance of actually buying construction material and equipment locally. So you're actually helping also the localization of the other part. And the third one is that a wealth of knowledge can be built from developing all of these projects. And sometimes we lose that knowledge because we use multiple companies, and when using those multiple companies, some of the workers are not actually come and leave. And so that a lot of that knowledge is not retained. But by developing those companies, you retain the knowledge, which actually will cascade on future projects positively through two aspects: increasing the speed and reducing the cost. And these two aspects mean a lot when it comes to the projects, especially in the energy sector that we're talking about. So by developing those companies, it will solve a lot of challenges that we are seeing globally, not only in Saudi Arabia, but at least we'll solve them for ourselves. And at the same time, it will create additional opportunities for localization and for employment and for creating value because you're also going to retain a lot of the investments that you have here today. I'll give you an example on that. For example, one of the projects that we haven't maybe spoken about today, but I'm sure you've heard of, is the expansion of the master gas system. And that's one of the ambitious goals that we have because it's the largest expansion since the establishment of the system itself that His Excellency spoke about in the 70s. So we're doubling the capacity that has been built since the 70s. We're doubling it in 6 years, all at once. And by doing so, we've managed, through working with our partners in Aramco, obviously, who is taking the lead on developing that project, to localize a lot of the equipment. But we also want to utilize that experience to localize even part of the EPC. We know that we can't localize all of the EPC, but we can at least localize part of the EPC. And by doing so, it creates a learning starting point for us to learn and to grow this company moving forward. And that's one example, let alone the others.
Very interesting. So ensuring utilizing local capability and knowledge, and then moving into I'm sure it's actually happening, which is exporting, be it knowledge or products. And it becomes a very valid ecosystem. Thank you so much, Mr. Al-Brahim, for this eloquent context that you just provided. Your Excellencies and esteemed panelists, is in a sentence or a few words, what is the impact of local integration on the future of that energy engine? We can start with you, Your Excellency.
Yes, I think now, as we can see with the big expansions, we are going into smart technologies in our cities, and that's one. The other one is all the green initiatives that His Royal Highness talked about, green hydrogen, and also CO2 capture and using it in oil wells, and the smart grid and renewable, all will be available also in Royal Commission for Jubail and Yanbu. This will be very attractive, and we can see it to investors, especially international investors, that they are looking to really satisfy the environmental regulations globally. And I think the ideal place we see now is in Jubail and Yanbu and Jazan and Ras Al Khair to do that. And we have a big flow of investments looking for what Ministry of Energy announced when it comes to green energy. And we are speaking, what we have is almost 1.2 trillion riyals of investment. And what we are now studying and in design or construction over 500 billion riyals. That's almost half of what was built over the 50 years. You can imagine how attractive the localization of energy in the industrial cities to investors.
Thank you very much, quite eloquent. Mr. Ibrahim, local integration on the future of energy.
Well, localization is important for two aspects. One is that parts that we have spoken about in terms of knowledge, retaining a lot of the value in the country and so on. But there is another aspect that maybe we've spoken about also at the beginning, which is that we are in an ever-evolving business. This is this is the nature of it from the beginning. Now the evolution is actually happening faster, and it's happening faster because of technology. So if you don't localize and if you don't build your technology locally and be at the forefront of that, you are left behind. And we have seen that happen to a lot of companies in some other countries, and we certainly don't want that to happen here. And this is why our focus is build those big projects, but put the enablers in place. And one of the most important enablers is actually localization.
Thank you for that. Mr. Nasser, when it comes to local integration on the future of energy?
I think if I'm talking about electricity sector in particular, I see electricity sector is impacted by local content because we are a consumer of these goods and services, but also we are impacting other sectors because we are providing electricity. So that will come what is known as resilience and sustainability as a very important concept that you need to maintain. And localization, if I can say something about transition happened in the electricity sector, it's like a coin where you have resilience and sustainability in the other side, and in the other side you will have localization. And I would like to thank the team in Ministry of Energy and the Localization Deputy Ministry. They have done a wonderful work. And if you look to the electricity sector, at least, when you come all the way from generation, we were able to localize gas turbines from 3 manufacturers, from GE, Siemens, and Mitsubishi. If you go to grid, we have the extra high voltage transformers. Today we have seen Hitachi, we are seeing Siemens, where the same thing applied for GIS. If you do the same thing with the cables, if you go to the renewable side, we are building now a facility of 10 gigawatt of panels manufacturing in Saudi Arabia. We are building another one for wind with a capacity of 4 gigawatt. Same thing with the polysilicon. We are doing 20 gigawatt. So we are seeing that really localization is very crucial, important for sustainability and resilience of the system. And Saudi Arabia will not be only the exporter of energy. It will be, inshallah ta'ala, exporter of goods and services. As my colleague Mohammed said, we are doing it for ourselves, and also we are helping others to do the same thing.
Very interesting. And it also seems that a lot of the things that are produced in one sector are being used in other sectors as well. And this is where the ecosystem becomes very efficient, let's say. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Integrating prominent strategic sectors not only creates efficiency, but also brings our kingdom an array of benefits that we just spoke about. With that, we conclude this session with a strong message. We cannot get enough integration across all sectors, be it the government, the private, and other partners from around the world. We cannot work in silos, but there's always something to be benefited one way or the other. Thank you, Your Excellency, and esteemed panelists for a very fruitful and inspiring session. And we have an exciting agenda coming up for everyone. Stay tuned for more panels, announcements, and inspiration.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, for these enriching insights and for shedding light on the vital role localization plays in shaping the future of the Kingdom's energy sector. As we transition to the next panel, which promises to be just as insightful, we kindly ask for your patience for a few moments while we set the stage. We appreciate your continued engagement and look forward to what's next on our agenda. It's time to shift gears as we dive into a vital conversation on localization as a catalyst for a resilient energy sector. This panel will explore the critical theme of energy sector resilience from the perspective of both government and commercial companies in Saudi Arabia. Guiding us through this important dialogue is Ms. Asma Al-Quraishi, Senior Localization Specialist at the Ministry of Energy. Ms. Asma, floor is yours.
Welcome. Good afternoon, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be your moderator for the third session in the Energy Localization Forum. I'm Asma Al-Quraishi from the Ministry of Energy, and we shall commence our panel. His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman Al Saud made it very clear earlier today that localization is a key strategy in enabling and building resilience within the energy sector, fostering both local and global economies while empowering talent development. Today, we're joined by a distinguished panel of industry leaders who are at the forefront of implementing localization strategies. Allow me to introduce our esteemed panelists, Mr. Nasser Al-Naimi, Upstream President at Saudi Aramco, Mr. Khalid Al-Ghamdi, CEO at Saudi Electricity Company, Mr. Abdurrahman Shamsuddin, Executive Vice President at Manufacturing at Sabic, and Dr. Kristen Bruch, CEO and President of Siemens Energy, and Mr. Amit Mida, CEO at Alat. In the rapidly evolving energy sector, the need for a sustainable and localized supply chain has never been more critical, both for Saudi Arabia and globally. Today, Aramco plays a vital role in the energy sector. Mr. Nasser Al-Naimi, can you outline your strategy at Aramco for addressing energy supply chain resilience, and how is that translating into tangible actions and results?
Thank you, Asma. Well, Saudi Aramco has really been at localization for a long, long time. We started with developing our traders and local businesses around us, and then we moved to developing our service providers and manufacturers. But that was really not enough because it was a program that was not structured. It was left to organizations, individual efforts. So I thought that we need to put this whole thing together. Activa program came together. It's a clear program with objective and milestones and KPIs. So in 2015, the Activa program started. At that stage, our localizations of goods and services was at 35%. And by end of 2023, we achieved 65% of Activa. And we're aiming to reach 70%, and then hopefully, eventually, the Kingdom's 75%. But they were enablers that the government, as mentioned earlier by the ministers, and His Royal Highness. Support from the government helped us to accelerate this. Two critical enablers were the King Salman Energy Park, or what we call SPARK. It's an industrial land equipped with logistics, or advanced logistics, if you will, and manufacturing area. The King Salman International Maritime in Ras Al Khair is another project that was supported by the government, and the idea is to help instate the offshore and maritime industries, building rigs, offshore platforms, and vessels. So with advent of the Vision 2030, Saudi Aramco had to realign our own goals now with the Kingdom's vision of 2030. And so a couple of programs were introduced. Nama'at is a program that addresses the support business, if you like. It's not the core business for industries that support the oil and gas. And Talid program. Talid addresses the small and medium businesses in the soft area of digitalization and IT. So with these two programs, the Activa, I think, going forward, especially in the manufacturing, there's an area that was mentioned earlier this morning, casting and forging. To this stage, we don't have casting and forging. However, in Ras Al Khair, is a joint venture between Saudi Aramco, Dosan, and as a Korean company, and Dusser, to establish a casting and forging. That's really at the heart of manufacturing. Steel plate is also another joint venture in Ras Al Khair that Saudi Aramco has with Bo Steel. So all of these elements will definitely help strengthen the local supply chain and make it bigger.
The future is looking bright indeed in the oil and gas sector. When it comes to the power sector, I mean, Mr. Khalid Al-Ghamdi, as the largest utility company in the MENA region, we would like to hear what is your strategy and localization of the power value chain, and how is that influencing your operations today at Saudi Electricity Company?
Thank you, Asma. في البداية السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. أسعد الله مساكم بكل خير جميعا. At first, it's of great honor and pleasure to be in such unique localization forum and participating in this session with such distinguished panelists, the leader of the energy, be it from the demand side but also from the manufacturing side. Well, as the largest integrated utility company in the MENA region with more than 55 gigawatt of installed capacity, more than 900,000 circular meters of transmission and distribution network combined, serving this great nation with reliable power through more than 11.2 million smart meters, which are manufactured here 100% in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which is one of the projects that the Ministry of Energy led with the support and execution from the company. We strongly believe we are very well positioned as a critical player in the power sector to localize investments and manufacturing to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. When it comes to the strategy, our business strategy has specific pillars, and one of them is the security of supply. We are here to ensure that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has a reliable and secure power supply. And in order for us to make that, it is very important for us to ensure that our local suppliers and our local partners are present. We do that security of supply through environmental sustainability, responsible effort to ensure that we provide a reliable power to our end customers and ensure customer satisfaction. So these three pillars, next to them, we have a localization and local content pillar, which is very important to ensure that everything we do in the company has a lens on the localization and local content. Just to name a few projects that we are doing, Today, we are expanding our grid to ensure that we accommodate the renewable that His Royal Highness mentioned in his speech early this morning. And we are expanding our grid by more than 50 to 60% in the next few years. Not only this, but we are adding also around 4 million customers for new smart meters in the next few years. As we speak, our team are executing the first battery storage system in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. 2 gigawatts are installed as we speak, in addition to the other gigawatts that we are doing. But also, we ensure the efficiency of our current fleet by ensuring that we deploy programs such as the liquid displacement, which is one of the strategic programs that the Ministry of Energy is leading, and we are ensuring that we convert our power generation units from liquid to gas. All of these projects, we need to make sure, and we have already ensured, that our contracts, our business processes, our agreements, and our POs has a specific target for the local content. And what you just witnessed this morning with His Royal Highness is just a sample of that. And actually, Simmons with me here in the panel, we celebrated one of the localization efforts. So it's very important for us, be it in the existing fleet or also in the coming fleet that is coming, we ensure localization and local content is an integral part of what we do.
Wonderful. And could you elaborate further by sharing with us your capabilities and efforts to enable localization, specifically in the projects that you just mentioned? I mean, you mentioned a lot of exciting projects in localization of components and services. So what is the capabilities today that at Saudi Electricity Company and efforts done to enable that?
Well, one of the things that we strongly believe in the company as part of the ecosystem and under the leadership of the Ministry of Energy, power component localization is a necessity. And we need to make sure that we have an adjacent business around us, be it for the core components or also for the support components. As I mentioned, the grid will expand by more than 50%, and we always say that no transition without transmission. So we do acknowledge our role as a critical player in the domain to ensure that we are ready for all of the upcoming projects, including the renewable. In the past 5 years, for example, we have increased our suppliers, the local manufacturers, to more than 650 local manufacturers. And some of those are already exporting to the rest of the world. As per the statistics that I have received early this morning, our partners are exporting to more than 35 countries globally. So what we tell our customers, as well as our partners, that we want you to come to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we want you to get established, we want you to grow, we want you to sustain, but eventually we want you to export. One of the enabling mechanisms, back to your question, Asma, is the localization purchase agreement. And this is a concept that we have introduced, part of the energy ecosystem and under the support and the guidance by the Ministry of Energy. Localization purchase agreement, or LPA for short, is a sort of commitment between us and the partner to come and open a factory and supply the kingdom with the parts that we need. We have made sure in all of our contracts and agreements there is a localization percentage, and we work with our partners to ensure that the demand is available. Wonderful. But also the facilitation, and today the ministry did announce Nuwattin program, which is one of the programs that we are benefiting from as a company to ensure that our suppliers are benefiting from the localization efforts. So we are not doing localization for the sake of localization. We are doing it because the demand is here, the growth is here, and as His Excellency Minister Al-Kharif mentioned, if you don't come, you will miss it. So we don't want our partners to miss this as well. Thank you.
Definitely. It is indeed. I mean, Saudi Arabia is a robust environment for growth and also projects to prosper. Mr. Abdurrahman Shamsuddin, from the petrochemical side, we know today the petrochemical giant that is Sabic is closely engaged with the energy sector across all its operations. We would like to know how are you growing your localization and resilience to developing the supply chain across the energy sector.
Thank you so much, Asma. First of all, certainly honored to be part of this forum and, of course, the sustained panel. Looking forward to the dialogue. And probably before getting into your specific inquiry, if you allow me, I would like just to seize the point, which is a broader context point that was mentioned by His Royal Highness and also His Excellency Al Khaif, about in the kingdom, we are truly blessed with what it takes to localize our supply chain in a sustainable manner and also in a robust resilience manner. We have proven examples of that, and we continue to prove it again and again. The fact that we look at ourselves as Sabic as really a real living localization example. We have been, since the inception 48 years ago, localizing state-of-the-art petrochemicals and agri-nutrient assets, localizing technology, which is very critical, and also research and development and innovation centers in the kingdom, as well as, and most importantly, localizing competent human capital in our industry and also industrial leadership. So this successful Saudi-made story, I think it inspires us that we always can deliver to the 75% by 2030, even more in terms of localization. If I zoom to your particular point, in Sabic, we strategize our localization around two folds. One fold is about promoting entrepreneurship, and that's through really trying to be, I love the word catalyst, so catalyzing a local ecosystem where we bring people, technology, supplies, and supply chain, of course, and capital all together. And the vehicle we use for that is Nusanid program or Nusanid Endeavor. And it has been very successful. So since establishment in 2018, it has been delivering very positive impact. To give you a sense of that, since inception of Nusanid, by connecting development of human capital, by also providing Sabic solutions and products to the downstream and also those ideas, by actually enabling them to access affordable capital, Nusanid has been successfully enabling more than 280 small and medium enterprises to be commercially viable businesses. So from creative ideas into real sustainable contributors to our GDP. So that's one side of it. The other side of it, it's getting us closer and closer to the 75% target and also more resilient. The second fold we have, which is in Sabic, is related to enhancing and promoting our procurement frameworks. So that's basically similar to what's been highlighted by my colleague Khalid here. We have ensured that our frameworks and contracts projects are enabling and promoting more localization. I'll give you also a sense of a perspective on that. In the recent BAS, talk about major scale contracts and projects of 200, valued around 22.3 billion Saudi riyal. 50%, half of that, or a little bit more than half of that, is actually flowing through local services, goods, and competency. So that's an economical value, but at the same time, it is more resilient for us as supply chain because those services and goods and also the workforce are provided locally within the kingdom. So in summary, Nusanid is enabling the entrepreneurship by the local ecosystem, and also we are really assertively moving with our procurement system to be more fit and fit for more localization within the kingdom.
Interesting perspective. Moreover in that, Mr. Abdurrahman, how localization, I mean, you mentioned really great outcomes of Nusanid and Sabic and what has it done so far for the sector as a whole. I'd like to understand how localization has increased your resilience as a company today.
Yeah, so I think we see localization, it is truly a good business case. Yeah. So it's not simply just a requirement to be met. And with what I just mentioned, if you just imagine, 50% of what used to be provided by, I would say external resources or external services and goods are now happening within the kingdom. So definitely that's basically getting us to be more resilient with that. Also, the SMEs, when it comes really about small and medium enterprises that were promoted and kind of really supported by Nusanid, those eventually are also a market for Sabic in terms of Israeli supply chain. So that's also another element of resilience. I would say that the more that we continue to deliver on Nusanid program and also our procurement system, the higher level of resilience we are observing on the ground.
Interesting. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing also all of these valuable insights. We now know the commitment and plans to increase supply chain resilience from the demand side. Speaking from the point of view of a major supplier and partner, Dr. Christenbruch, what is your vision for the localization and the future of it with Siemens specifically in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, congratulations to hold this forum on localization, and thanks very much for having me on this esteemed panel. Let me maybe start from where we come, actually, and then where we go to in terms of the vision. Obviously, we are more than 90 years in the country. In the meantime, more than 600 people in the energy business, continuously growing. We're just extending our factory here. We just bought more land to even think about the next phases, so there's more to come. All of this has been really based on extremely close partnerships here in the country, and obviously good examples you see here in the panel together with me, and that is something which is very, very strong, on which we want to build also going forward. Saudi Arabia is at the moment in a, I would say, globally very unique position. You know, we operate in more than 100 countries of the world. I don't know any country like Saudi Arabia with this ambition level. I said in the morning, you're doing in a couple of years which others do in decades. That's not always easy, and that is what we also have to see, how to anticipate on how to execute on it. But for us, obviously, we see it as a very strong opportunity was used today by His Highness as a very strong opportunity to continue to extend our position in the country. And what I really like is this strong alignment between policy and industry. And that works well because it is an insecure world in which we are moving. And obviously, if we make it more plannable, if we make it more predictable, it's a challenge, but it's worth it. And I think this is what, for us, really drives over the next years the view what we want to do. My aspiration is really, I mean, Saudi will be in the top 5 of our countries globally in terms of really its capabilities and where we want to take it over the next years. And this is why we look to extend further. Localization will be an important element. But if you talk about localization, I think you have to, and I think His Highness mentioned it in his speech, you have to look on it broad. It's about local manufacturing, but it's also understand the supply chains behind it. And also understand the people aspect, the intervention capability, particularly as an equipment supplier. And to keep this in balance will not be easy. So the speed on how we drive localization will be decisive to keep us all successful. We have learned also that it's, and I really appreciate on how we take it up now, we also have learned that it's not always easy to build a factory and immediately fill it and be busy, right? And this is why this exchange is so important, planability. We also have learned that sometimes you struggle then on your local supply chain and it's not working. And these are the things which we need to jointly tackle. The one thing which I really would like to emphasize in terms also from a, that we, in all the running what we at the moment do, don't forget, the key will be that we build the people. And human resource was mentioned today a lot. I'm very proud of the workforce we are having. We have a fantastic Saudi team. I mean, this is something which is, for us, and this is not a vision, this is reality, is becoming really a pool of global talent. I mean, we talk about exporting products. I mean, don't forget about your local talent also to export, because they will be needed to drive the industry. But we also see it's becoming a very hot labor market. And we need to ensure that we put enough focus on education, training, building up capabilities, competencies, to have not only the goods there, the equipment, but also the local intervention capability. And this will be something which does require a lot of collaboration, does require a lot of partnership, but it's definitely a massive opportunity for a company like ours.
Completely agree with you on that part, because usually, I mean, when we're talking about the energy sector and localization, human capital kind of gets put to the side. But as you mentioned, I mean, human capital and the right capabilities and the right human resources that we have are the ones who are achieving the goals and the targets that we have, which is a very valid point. And thank you for sharing that valuable insight. I'd like also to get another perspective from the investment angle on this key subject. Mr. Amit, at Alat, what are your key strategies and objectives for investing in Saudi Arabia and in energy localization?
So first of all, we are the newest kid on the block here, yeah. So let me introduce ourselves a bit. Time has come for Kingdom to lead in manufacturing, not only for our localization and resilience, but also exports and on a global roadmap. I will repeat again, time has come for Kingdom to lead in manufacturing. Why now is because supply chains are moving, energy and clean energy transition is becoming a bigger part of product mix. And 3, there is a new roadmap being built on how supply chains will be created and who will be partnering with who. This is the time for us to lead. We have all the resources. We have talent, we have capital, we have energy, we have solar and land that we need to make it happen. This is the time, and this is the time for us to lead. We were created in February, we were announced in February under Vision 2030 to creating a world-class industrial cluster in Kingdom in 34 categories. One of the business unit in that is electrification and energy transition. If you step back and look at this as a global problem, 85% of carbon footprint comes from production and consumption of energy. And for the 2050 goals, we are only 10% our way into investing and making it happen, which means there is another $100 to $200 trillion of investment that needs to go in the energy transition. This is a massive opportunity. So what we do is we partner with world-class companies, we create industrial clusters, and we also build the talent, R&D center, and localize the supply chain for resilience and the cost structure. That's what we do, that's what we are built, and I'm proud to say that we are progressing well, and we're hoping to share with you some of the partnership we're constructing in electrification and energy transition within this year.
Wonderful. And how do you see these investments driving partnerships and fostering local supply chain development?
First of all, this is an opportunity of a lifetime. Think about it. This energy transition affects every aspect of it, whether it's not just the power, mobility, the industry, the materials, even new use cases that will come up. I think this is a big, not a moral imperative, but it's a business opportunity. It's a burning platform for people to stand back and says, Kingdom now can take the lead. Instead of sending out energy, now we can bring industry in. That is the advantage, and that's what we are focused on doing. So how is it going? Well, we have announced 3 partnerships, and we will be announcing at least that many, several additional partnerships within this year. The way we partner is we're happy to partner from equity stake perspective in Topco or just build a JV. Both options are okay. But what we require is to ensure that there is a local supply chain and local operations are built. There is R&D, there is knowledge created, and then we ensure that supply chain resilience is there as well. All 3 things have to come together. So every partnership we announce, if these elements are not there, we would not be able to make it happen. So that's our mandate. That's what we do. So we are not the investor, we are the operator who has the investments to make the operations done on an accelerated basis. We have a world-class team, we have an amazing board, and I'm super thankful for the journey so far. But as I said, this is an opportunity of a lifetime to be in the Kingdom to look at the electrification, energy transition, and everything that comes with the manufacturing.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing those valuable insights. And so far, we've learned about the strategies of localization in the energy sector of the kingdom. We've also deep dived into demand, supply, and investment side from key players in the sector. Unfortunately, we have a very limited time frame in the panel. So finally, I just wanted to see if I asked you in, let's say, each one of you to sum up what does localization and resilience mean to each one of you in 2 words. What would those 2 words be? I'll start with you, Mr. Nasser.
For me, it's reliability. We produce energy to the world and to the kingdom day in, day out. So we cannot but deliver on our promises. So reliability is paramount.
Wonderful. And Mr. Khalid?
Well, صاحبتي, yes, my 2 words cannot summarize the localization, but there will be a BINA session later, today or tomorrow, I think, similar to what ICTFA will do, similar to what Nisanis do, and I invite people to attend to that. But if I may summarize this in 2 keywords, we here to ensure the security of supply, and we as an ecosystem under the Ministry of Energy Leadership, we power the kingdom to power the rest of the world.
Mr. Abdurrahman?
Okay. Only 2 words.
Yes, if you can.
Surely. Well, Travis, I think I would certainly ecosystem, and I would like to quote His Royal Highness when he said really a band of sisters and brothers. I think that's very important. And secondly is human capital.
Wonderful. Dr. Bruch, what would those
Yeah, if
words
restricted
be for
to 2
you?
words, I would say opportunities and partnerships.
Wonderful. Mr. Ahmed?
So I spoke about it, opportunity of a lifetime and global leadership. This is the time for us to take global leadership. And if we want to see the proof, Saudi Arabia jumped in the energy transition to number 12 in the world today. Not only, this is only now. That's amazing. It's a global leadership.
That is correct. Saudi Arabia has always been a pioneering and leader in the energy sector, especially now with the energy transition and the energy mix for sure. Thank you so much to my esteemed panels for your time today. It's been a pleasure to have this discussion and discuss how localization is indeed being a catalyst to a secure and resilient supply chain for the energy sector and the kingdom globally and locally. Thank you so much for your time.
Let's give a round of applause to our panelists for shedding light on this important topic and provide us with such a valuable, actionable perspectives. Their expertise and viewpoints have certainly deepened our understanding of how localization can drive resilience in the energy sector and beyond, setting a strong foundation for future growth. As we transition to the next panel, we kindly ask for your patience for just a few moments. We will be ready to continue shortly. We come now to our final panel of the day, Development and Sustainability of Supply Chain for Localization in the Energy Sector. This panel will bring together global CEOs to discuss innovative strategy for building resilient, localized supply chains in the energy sector with a focus on sustainability and the role of technological advancements. Our moderator for this session is Ms. Ghazlan Al-Matar, Head of ICTFA Communication at Saudi Aramco. Ms. Ghazlan, the stage is yours.
Welcome. Yes, perfect. Okay, have a seat.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to today's panel discussion on development and sustainability of supply chain for localization in the energy sector. My name is Ghazlan Al-Matar, and I am honored to be the moderator of this panel discussion. We have an exciting conversations ahead with leaders providing deep insights into localization. Before we begin, let me briefly introduce our panelists. Mr. Andreas Scherenbeck, CEO of Hitachi Energy. Mr. Lucian Boldea, President and CEO of Honeywell Industrial Automation. And Mr. Noriano Sato, President and CEO of Yokogawa Middle East and Africa. Now that we have introduced our panelists, let's dive into our discussion. Starting with you, Mr. Boldea, Honeywell recently showed real efforts in localization with its recent announcement of opening its first equipment assembly in Dhahran. Can you tell us more about that and any other localization plans you have?
Of course, and good afternoon to all of you. It's certainly an honor to be here and represent Honeywell. It's always very exciting to come visit. I always leave with a lot of energy and realizing we need to move faster to keep up with you. So that's a good problem to have. Honeywell has a 70-year history in the kingdom, started with our Honeywell UOP division that has a lot of history in refining and petrochemical, a lot of the technology that's here. We were some of the early people who came in here and adopted. So that history now is continuing and is accelerating. As you mentioned, localization is absolutely the topic of today's discussion, but it's also a big topic for us. It's who we are. Our name is actually Honeywell International. We're present locally in a lot of countries, and where we participate from the ground. We have 700 people in the kingdom, and that is growing significantly as we move forward. We've made the investment you alluded to. We have been producing DCS components for some time in the kingdom. It goes across our businesses. We've now moved to making field instruments here, making gas detectors, mobile gas detectors, fixed gas detectors. The mobile ones have already been approved by Aramco. Fixed gas detectors approval is coming. We've reached a production milestone of 10,000 units already here in the kingdom. We're investing in the Spark manufacturing facility. We're working with King Fahd University, and that's just in the industrial automation business. We have collaborations with Saudia on auxiliary power units. We have collaborations with other companies in our fire detection, our building management system. So really a very broad collaboration across the spectrum, and a really exciting time to be here and see the growth and take a part in it and be able to enable it.
It's great to hear about all these localization efforts and collaboration. Mr. Scherenbeck, at Hitachi, what has your journey been like in working toward energy localization in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, thanks for the questions, Your Excellency, Highnesses, dear all. It's a great honor and pleasure to being here. And actually, Hitachi Energy is here already for a long time. We started our journey in the kingdom more than 75 years ago. Since then, we are here, and we are locally here. We have 2 factories. We were the first one in the regions to have a GIS factory on the ground and running. We are just finishing the next step of amplification. We have a factory for grid automation for panels, which is the biggest one in the MENA region. And it was a journey of success. We are employing more than 750 people here in the kingdom. More than 40% are Saudi nationals, and we are ready to expand. If you followed the panel before, as His Excellency Nasser Al-Khattani said, the targets are there. There's room for big expansions going forward, and we are ready to do that. And we are already in the process even to exporting from the kingdom to other regions in the world. And I think that's what localization should be driving for, having feet on the ground, having capacity here, expanding, and preparing for the export as well, because the energy transitioning is happening everywhere, not only in the kingdom.
Exactly. Exporting is really like what shows real localization. Yokogawa's precision instruments are famous around the world, and Yokogawa has a strong presence in Saudi Arabia. Mr. Sato, can you tell us some more about your operations here and your vision to achieve growth and local development in the kingdom?
Okay, thank you for the question. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Sato from Yokogawa.
So our journey in Saudi Arabia has back to earlier 1980s. At that time, we supplied many control systems to Saudi Arabia through Japanese EPCs like, Chiyoda and Toyo, okay? And we started a small operation, such a same small team with a maintenance. Today, we have 1,000 employees and 8 facilities. So 2021, we started the manufacturing Spark. In Spark, we're now manufacturing sensors, panels, and conducting analyzer system integration. So, and plus, we are engaged in the R&D activities in collaboration with KUPM for many years. So we developed new technologies together, and we got some patents, together with KUPM. And our commitment, to job creation is 70% Saudization, and the workforce of 50% is being women. So we do have a team dedicated, women's team for dedicated some engineering work and so on. And some of them grew and full-fledged to be the, project manager and digitalization manager. So we continue this activity, okay? And also, we have so many install base here, and some many facilities, Aramco, Sabic, SEC, and 7CC are being controlled by Yokogawa equipment 24 hours, 7 days. So in summary, we are very active in Saudi Arabia area, R&D, manufacturing, maybe some, okay? Manufacturing, R&D, engineering, sales, and maintenance. Thank you.
It's great to hear about the number of employees that you have and the Saudization and the female percentage of that. Thank you, Mr. Sato. And thanks to all of you. And it's good to have such great partners in localization. Moving on specifically to localization, back to you, Mr. Sato. You mentioned just now significant projects that Yokogawa is planning in Saudi Arabia. Can you tell us more about how these projects tend to support your localization commitment?
Okay, thank you for the question. So we, in the process of executing some landmark projects like Jafura, Marjan, and Faderi. So it goes without saying that we maximize score Saudization Ictiva through these landmark projects. And at the top of our list is now digitalization, especially AI and cybersecurity, our core technologies. And we're in a process of doing some POC type of projects, proof of concept, and we completed. Now going to next stage with POV, proof of value. Okay, so now customers engaging, gauging commercial benefits. What kind of benefits they're going to have from these technologies. Our localization journey never stops. We're going to increase manufacturing capacity in Spark more. We're going to increase export more. And in the future, we categorize Saudi is a kind of center of excellence global for oil and gas projects. So we maintain experts, skill sets, know-how, everything in Saudi. And we can use this to global oil and gas project in the world. This is our ambition and direction. Plus, just one quick comment, human capital is very important to the country. So we are, as of today, 1,500 engineers graduated from our training program. So we continue this activity. And of course, we are more than happy to make a tailor-made type of training program for young talents in Saudi Arabia, inside or even outside of the kingdom. This is, our vision. Thank you.
That's impressive. Mr. Baldeya, we know that Honeywell is driving localization in Saudi Arabia in alignment with Vision 2030. What can we expect to see from Honeywell over the next few years?
That's a good question and not an easy one. His Royal Highness this morning talked about the Swiss watch strategy. And I would respectfully point out that there is a difference between the Swiss watch and your strategy. Yours keeps going faster and faster. Swiss watch is at the same speed. So that's a good thing. So we're very excited about that. When we look at our corporate strategy in Honeywell, we focus on 3 macro trends. We focus on the future of aviation, we focus on digitalization, and we focus on energy. And if I think of the strategy of the country here, that's complete and full alignment, because all 3 are very strategic to the country. So it really gives us a lot of growth vectors here. So really the problem then becomes choosing what to do when versus trying to do everything at once. But I think if I look in the very short term, an immediate opportunity we're working on is in the field of cybersecurity. In addition to that, we're looking at mobile handheld computing. That's another growth vector. As you're looking at new smart cities, this is a great place for us to really bring in our technology. We're also working to localize the production of smart water meters here in country. I know water consumption and water really conservation here is an issue, so this is something that smart meters can really help with. So again, a number of vectors that are quite exciting, very well aligned with the growth strategy of the country and very well aligned with us, which is why we think of this as such a key region and why we spend a lot of time as a global leadership team here. You have almost at any point in time, there's not maybe 2 weeks that goes by that somebody from the global top management of the country is not in country, on the ground here. And so it just shows our commitment to the region. It shows the importance. It also shows the alignment that we have with the strategy.
Thank you, Mr. Baldia. Mr. Schurenbeck, tell us some more about your localization journey at Hitachi. How have you managed to contribute to developing a local energy supply in the kingdom?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It was definitely quite a journey. We started very early with localizing our production here and building it up, and it was only possible with the great support we have experienced here in Saudi Arabia and the kingdom, from the ministry, from the customers, because finding local people, getting the permissions, and getting into business sounds easier than done. Now, if you have done the starting point, of course, it's, as my colleague said, now the speed can be faster. Now, I would say the Swiss clock can be moved forward much faster than we have in the past. But I would recommend and think about it. We have invested more than 250 million US already, and we are prepared for more. We are in discussions to do so. But I would try to make a point as well. If you look at the plan of 2030 from His Royal Highness, he made it quite clear he wants to have more renewables, more power lines. He wants to export power to neighboring countries. We are supporting with the HVDC link to Egypt. But as much as we put into the ground in assets here in Saudi Arabia and the kingdom or worldwide, it will be not enough for the speed we have in the industry. So we have to think about service as well, to maintaining the assets we have in the ground, expanding the life cycle, making the assets more effective, because with the speed the world is moving in the energy transition, and especially kingdom is moving forward, I think it is very hard to meet the supply from the first day on.
Thank you. Thank you all. It is clear that one thing unites everyone on this stage, your strong commitment to shaping the future of Saudi Arabia. Let's hear from everyone. What's your message to other companies looking to start or expand their businesses here? Just a couple of sentences to inspire them, please, starting with you, Mr. Baldia.
I heard a few weeks ago from somebody that the public sector here is moving as fast or faster than the private sector. And, it's true. This is a place where you can come and you can ask for help from the ministries, you can ask for help and it does help. The conditions are there. What we've been told to begin with, which is come and invest, we will help you, it's true. And it's happening and it's real, and we see it time and time again. It's going faster and faster. The economy is developing more and more, so it's an exciting place to be. Don't miss out.
I agree. Mr. Schurenbeck, what would be your sentences to the other companies to join this journey?
It's a tricky question to ask competition to join the party, right? But nevertheless, I think the cake is big enough. We are moving very fast. There's enough room for growing. excellent investments, conditions, great support from all stakeholders, from our customers, from the ministries to make that, because it's not an easy journey. You know, we shouldn't underestimate the complexity of that. It's easier said than done. It's easier to put on PowerPoint. It's difficult to do. It's hard work. And if I talk to my partners here, I know the stress sometimes, because if you're moving fast, you have a lot of stress. But put it in a nutshell, I think it's the right time to invest in the kingdom. It's the right atmosphere for that. It's the right strategy. It's the energy transition which is driving that forward with full speed. And if you don't want to participate here, I would ask, where do you want to participate? The party is here. This is an exciting way forward. It will be a difficult journey because it's a complex one, but definitely it's worth the effort.
Thank you, Mr. Schermbeck. Mr. Sato?
Yes, in my opinion, 21st century is a century of Saudi Arabia, right? Okay, so I think this is a... Thank you. From my bottom of my heart, I believe so. Okay, so Saudi Arabia is no question, it's a very attractive market for all suppliers, global suppliers. Very challenging, very tough, but so far we are very successful. I think we got a lot of investment, but we got a lot of return. Okay, so we learned a lot from the Saudi market in the past 20 years, 30 years. Okay, so we continue. I expected more Japanese company come to Saudi as we did. Okay, so they are, for some reason, they're shy, but I'm encouraged them to come to Saudi, work together. Okay. So, okay, my final statement is Saudi Arabia is the most promising country in the world. Thank you.
Exciting discussions and remarks, and it was great to hear about your company's localization efforts and future plans. Thank you again to all of you, our panelists, for being here today, and thank you to our audience for your time. Thank you.
And what a remarkable way to wrap up our panel discussions for the day. Our esteemed panelists have provided us with valuable insights into the development and sustainability of supply chains in the energy sector. It's been a truly thought-provoking session that leaves us with much to reflect on as we continue our journey. As we transition to the next segment of today's program, we kindly ask for your patience for a few moments while we ensure everything is set. To begin the second file exchange ceremony. This momentous occasion takes place under the patronage of His Excellency Engineer Ahmed Al-Zahrani, the Assistant Minister for Development and Excellence at the Minister of Energy. Your Excellency, please join us on the stage. To begin our ceremony with the first announcement, I would like to invite the Saudi Electricity representative, Mr. Nasser Al-Sulami. Mr. Nasser Al-Sulami is the Senior VP at the Saudi Electricity Company to witness the agreements. Announcing an agreement under the title Battery Energy Storage Systems Projects with Saudi Electricity Company. Please join us on the stage, China Power Electric Company. Battery Energy Storage System Projects with Saudi Electricity Company and Al Jihaz Contracting Company. Now announcing an agreement under the title Power Generation Enhancement and Localization Projects with Saudi Electricity Company. Please join us on the stage, Siemens Energy. SEC with Al-Fanar Projects Company. Third announcement is announcing an agreement under the title Smart Distribution Centers Projects with Saudi Electricity Company. Please join us on the stage, Al-Fanar Projects Company and Al Jihaz Contracting Company. Announcement 4, announcing an agreement under the title Announcement 4, announcing an agreement under the title Substations and Transmission Projects with Saudi Electricity Company. Please join us on the stage, Al-Fanar Projects Company, Al Jihaz Contracting Company, Larsen and Turbo Saudi Arabia. And our fifth announcing an agreement under the title Renewable Energy Network Projects with Saudi Electricity Company. Please join on the stage, Larsen and Turbo Saudi Arabia, National Contracting Company Limited, Al-Fanar, Al Jihaz. Announcement number 6, announcing 6 agreements under the title purchase agreements for Smart Ring Main Unit, known as Smart RMU, with Saudi Electricity Company. Please welcome to the stage Al Fanar Electric System. Saudi Electricity Company and Lucy Switchgear Arabian. Saudi Electricity Company and United Technology of Ill. Saudi Electricity Company, Arabian Transformers Company. Saudi Electricity Company and Meta Switchgears Company. Saudi Electricity Company and Tinas Company. Thank you, Mr. Nasser Al-Silami, for your presence. Now I would like to invite Saudi. Okay. Announcement 7, announcing an agreement under the title Purchase Agreement for Electric Meters with Saudi Electricity Company and Saudi Meters Company. Thank you so much, Mr. Nasser Al-Silami, for your presence. Now I would like to invite Saudi Aramco Senior VP Salim Al-Hreish on the stage. Announcing 10 agreements under the title Drilling Equipment and Gas Monitoring Agreements with Saudi Aramco. Please join on the stage Packers Plus. Saudi Aramco and Innovex. Saudi Aramco and Wilbur Integrity Solutions. Saudi Aramco and Forum Energy Technologies. Davis Link. Saudi Aramco and Deep Casing Tools. Saudi Aramco and Wiltec Oilfield Solution. Saudi Aramco and Inventure. Saudi Aramco and Draeger Arabia. Thank you, Mr. Salem, for your presence with us. Thank you, Mr. Salem Al-Haraj, for your presence with us. Now I would like to invite Sabic witnesses to the stage, Mr. Abdurrahman Shamsuddin, Executive Vice President, as well as Mr. Manif Al-Manif, Nusanet CEO. Announcing 15 scientific opportunities from Nusanet program. Please welcome to the stage Sabic Nusanet graduates. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Abdurrahman, we would like you to stay with us on the stage. Mr. Manif, thank you for your presence. I would like also to call on the stage Mr. Khalid Al Kharbouch, VP of Sabic. Announcement 10. Announcing 21 supplier agreements with Sabic. Please welcome to the stage the 21 suppliers. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Abdurrahman, for your presence. Now, I would like to invite Spark Witness on the stage as we move to the 11th announcement of today. Announcing an agreement titled The Development of an Applications and Technology Center with Gulf Creo. Announcing an agreement under the title of Development of a Manufacturing Facility with Spark and Schneider Electric. We would like to thank Spark Witness, and I would like to ask International Gas Witness on the stage as we move on to the last announcement of today's ceremony. Okay, announcing 3 MOUs for partnership projects with gas. Please welcome on the stage, NIDIC. with NIDEC and gas with SIRE and Coil Partners. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your presence with us. We really appreciate it. As we've seen today, partnerships are key to driving sustainable growth, development, and innovation with our energy sector. Thank you all for joining us on day one of the Energy Localization Forum. We've had an inspiring start featuring a keynote address by His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman Al Saud, our Minister of Energy, setting a positive tone for the discussions ahead. We explored key themes central of the future of Saudi Arabia's energy sector, focusing on the vital role of localization and strategies needed to enhance our supply chains and foster sustainable growth. We also addressed the importance of workforce development and innovative practices in achieving 75% localization of our energy production. Additionally, the contributions of suppliers and the need for strong partnerships were highlighted as essential components in this transformative journey. Tomorrow promises much more engaging content, including a keynote address on the impact of localization on the future of energy by Mr. Mazen Al-Bahkali, CEO of the Saudi Power Purchasing Company. We will also take a look at the governmental enablement, the crucial role of localization programs, and host 6 interactive workshops designed to deepen your understanding and spark new ideas regarding energy localization. We look forward to seeing you back here bright and early for day 2. Thank you.